Hello, good morning. Happy Sunday morning to everybody. I am your host, Quarterdeck Arcade, also known as Pete. I want to thank everybody coming over here, jumping over here from my friend PD7's live stream this morning. He did a live stream of gameplay for Knights of the Round, I believe is the name of the game. I don't have that game. It's on the Big Blue, one of the cabinets I've always wanted to get, but it was always a low priority, so never got. So thank you guys for jumping over here. I really appreciate it. It's a sad weekend. I'll get into that more in a minute, but kind of a bummer. I really debated, hemmed and hawed about whether or not I was actually going to do a stream. But I thought, well, what am I going to do if I don't do a stream? I'm probably just going to lay around soaping and mopping and moping and mobbing, sobbing. I can't even get my words straight. And so I thought, my brother would probably kick me in the ass if I didn't go about my day. So I'm basically going to keep to doing normal things for the next few days. It's been a great weather weekend here in Wisconsin. Been warmer. Yesterday was really warm. I kind of felt bad wearing a coat. So today is going to be kind of similar. We're actually going to have kind of a nice day. So I may get out. I don't know. Might get a run in. I haven't run outside in quite a while. It's been cold up here in Wisconsin, and I do not do cold weather running. So bit about what we're going to do today. I'm going to talk about my brother Ron, and then we're going to jump into the build of my Golden Tee Deluxe. I'll go to the all camera view here, and you can see that we can kind of barely make it out because I've got the black light on right now, but the box from Arcade One Up is sitting in front of the build table, and we'll get right into that in a little bit. I did make some changes this morning to the arcade. I moved my Defender Partycade from in the back there by the Legends Ultimate HD. I moved that out, and I moved another counter that I had back there actually outside of the arcade. So the Defender Partycade is actually now in the front part of the entrance, near the entrance of my arcade. You can kind of see it in the lower left frame there. It's back there by my TV and back there by the streaming desk. So we're gonna do the build. I'd like to get this build built. I don't want to wait another week. I kind of miss Golden Tee, so I want to really have some time with it. So not much going on other than that. I do have some things coming tomorrow, some products. I expect the GRS Build-A-Cades that I ordered from Glenn to be coming in, and I also expect some artwork that I ordered for a GRS Build-A-Cade to come in. I'm going to keep that secret. I have a project in mind for that, and so more on that later. So before I begin with the arcade related stuff, I want to talk about my brother. And I wasn't going to get emotional. I swore to myself I wasn't going to get emotional. My brother Ron passed away on Friday. I have two older brothers, and they're significantly older than me. I have a brother Steve and a brother Ron. Ron is the one that passed away. Ron was younger than Steve, and he's older than me by 13 years. So, I mean, if you know how old I am, then you know by math he's 72 years old. So, the guy had health issues. He he had been battling significant health issues ever since COVID, really. Not COVID related. These are issues that he's suffered greatly, even pre COVID. And he just lived with them or found a way to live with them. But things took a turn for the worse in the last year or so. He became bedridden, and all kinds of other side ailments started creeping in and making things worse. And so he just gave up on Friday, and I don't blame him one single bit. And let me tell you right now, I am very happy that my brother is free from all that. He had a lot going on. And so if anything I take comfort from is the fact that he's no longer in pain. And I tried to find various ways to honor him. I'll tell you about him in a minute, but this weekend, I only know things I know to do, and he didn't share some of the same passions. He had no passion for home arcades. I did show him my arcade via pictures a time or two. He lives in Indianapolis. I live here in Wisconsin, and so this weekend I really wanted to honor him. So yesterday I did a longer run than I normally do, and I'll be just to backtrack a little. I've been struggling in the gym lately, so I just haven't been motivated, haven't had a lot of energy. I still put out quite a bit of output, by some standards, but this weekend I felt Friday and Saturday I had the best workouts I've had in quite a while. Friday, my workout was before I learned that my brother had passed. I was still working out when my brother slipped away at 5:05 a.m. And as soon as I got home from that workout is when I got the call. And looking back at that workout, the only thing I can think of is that my brother powered me through that workout and lifted me on a day that I normally have a low heart rate and I can't muster any kind of energy. And I usually keep it light on Fridays. I decided to go heavy because I felt so darn good. Well, I really believe my brother had a hand on my back, pushing me forward that day. And he did it again yesterday in my long run. Normally I only do a half marathon distance for my long run on Saturdays. I went 16 yesterday, and you got to believe he pushed me through those last 3 miles. I felt his energy. It felt like he was there helping me along. And so I was able to complete 16 miles yesterday. Was going to go longer. Was even toying with the idea of doing a full marathon in his honor, but my legs weren't going to have it. I'm surprised I made it to 16, but with his help, I made it. So that was my way of honoring him. And maybe this, to some extent, this little pre-build of Golden Tea is a bit of my way of honoring him too. He wasn't aware of my streaming. None of my family are. I don't know why I don't share it with them. It's kind of something I'm keeping to myself, really. It's a fun hobby. Maybe after I'm gone, I'll leave it in my will to people go look up my channel, and they can see me whenever they want. So anyway, my brother, let me tell you about my brother. My brother was a character. Everybody loved him. My brother was an Army vet, Vietnam era. My brother was a master plumber for over 40 years. My brother was a photographer, uh, and he shot for the Indianapolis Star at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And my brother was a father, a husband. He had many children and many wives. I don't want to get into that, but his wife, when he passed, was the longest he'd been with anybody, and she basically was amazing to him, and he was to her, and it was good to see. So my brother was also the president of ABATE in Indiana for a few years. I don't know how many exactly. I never really got into a deep conversation about that with him, but I know he was proud of that. And I know he was proud of the relationships and the friendships that he had built through ABATE. So, and he was a motorcycle, and obviously through his ABATE presidency, he was a motorcycle enthusiast. He loved his bike. He often told me that when he was on his bike, it was the best he felt. I mean, all the back issues that he suffered from, whenever he was on his bike, the rumbling of the motorcycle is what made him feel the best. And it helped relieve the pain that he was suffering in his back. So he was many things. But in later years, he became a grandfather. And he was happy in that role. He loved being a grandfather. And he loved his kids and he loved his grandkids. And so hats off to my brother. My brother, your suffering is over, and I miss you. I'm going to miss you. And yeah, so it's been a weekend, really. It's going to be a whole week. His funeral has been set for Thursday. I will be traveling to Indianapolis this week. I do expect to be back for next week's show. It'll be a quick trip to Indiana. Funeral on Thursday, come back maybe Friday or Saturday. Depends on what kind of family functions are going on. If anything's happening on Friday, if I need to be there, I will be there. Otherwise, I'm coming home on Friday. But just I do want to share with you some things about my brother. And I realize, you guys really are tuning in to see some home arcade stuff, and we'll get to that. I apologize. I'm really trying to honor my brother here. This is my brother, Ron. He was a photo enthusiast, had many cameras over the years, a Canon guy like I am. He taught me everything I know about photography. And he got me on board with the Indianapolis Star. So as I am a stringer photographer for the Indianapolis Star on IMS race weekends, he and my brother Steve were both responsible for that. Both of them are stringer photographers for IMS. So it was us three brothers. We were the only three brothers together shooting at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And we'll get to a picture there here in a second, kind of showing that. And he was a goof. He loved to do goofy things. And I took this photo in the garage in Gasoline Alley of the Speedway. He thought this would be an interesting shot. So he stuck his big old mug behind a Firestone tire, and I shot the picture. So he was a goof. He really was. Knew how to make people laugh. And that's why a lot of people, I think, enjoyed being around him. He also liked being around pretty ladies. So here you see a bunch of pretty ladies at the Speedway in the infield. And this is a few years ago, but both my brothers took pictures with these ladies, but I kind of felt, I was married at the time, and I'm like, hey, you know what? I don't know how my wife would feel about me seeing me with all of these beautiful ladies. So I kind of balked at getting my picture taken. He's wearing a red cap there, and you'll see a closer picture of it. But he's a member of a club at the Speedway, Speedway Old Timers. If you work in any capacity at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for over 20 years, you are eligible to join that club. You get access to resources at the Speedway as a Speedway Old Timers. And he was proud. He was a proud member. And so is my other brother, Steve. They've been working at the track for over 20 years, longer than that, really. I'm just a youngling. I've only been there for over 10. So I've got a ways to go before I join the Old Timers Club, but I'll get there. This is us three together in the media center. This used to be a cafeteria. It's no longer a cafeteria now. Since Roger Penske bought the track, he turned it into excess media overflow setups. So we don't have a cafeteria anymore per se. But as you can see, both my brothers are wearing their red Old Timers caps. This gentleman here is my brother Steve, and this is Ronnie. So, and that's me. That's me without a beard. So one of the very few times you'll see me without either a goatee or a full beard. Apparently, at this time, I wasn't interested in having facial hair. So. Here's my brother with, can anybody guess who this is? Right off the bat? I'll give you a couple of seconds. And I'll give you a hint. She's also passed away. And hopefully my brother's meeting up with her up in heaven, because I think they really enjoyed each other. Anybody got a guess? Anybody? Bueller? That, my friends, is Olivia Newton-John. And this is one of his proudest moments at the track. You know, he met a lot of celebrities over the years, and I get to too, but Ronnie had this talent of being able to engage with celebrities and keep them in conversation for quite a while. And you could see here, he said something to her that made her laugh. And that was my brother, man. I mean, he could talk up anybody, even if they were a celebrity or even if they were a homeless veteran in downtown Indianapolis. So he's a character. But he loved her. I think she appreciated his humor, and he saw her a few times. I believe Olivia Newton-John had a child that was in a lower racing series, and that's one of the reasons why she was there. So she'd been at the Speedway a few years. So I'm doing these photos in sequence. I should have numbered them so that they came up in a better sequence, but this is one of my brother's photos. And this photo is the original. It's not the cropped version that was published in newspapers. But my brother won Photo of the Year for this photo. This is Scott Dixon's wreck in 2017 in the South Chute of the Speedway. And my brother was actually sent to the hospital because of this wreck. You don't quite see it here, and I don't have the full photo sequence that he shot. But Dixon's car hit the inside fence right where he was standing. Him and a friend from the AP, and both of them took a hit, and so he wound up going out on a stretcher. He was not seriously injured, but he did wrench his back pretty good, an already injured back from his days as a plumber. So just as a precaution, the Speedway wanted to take him into the hospital for a check. And so he left the Speedway and his photo position on a stretcher. And that was captured by ABC at the time. And I do have a screen grab of that of him being wheeled away on a stretcher. I don't have that here. I didn't have time to track down many other photos. These are some of the photos I'm sharing are some of the photos I shared on my Facebook page. But that was Scott Dixon's wreck in 2017. And he did win Photo of the Year. It was his proudest moment. I'm gonna show an interview that he did with the Indianapolis Star the day after he was released from the hospital. He went back to the track because he had to pick up a few things that were left behind. So he went back to the track and did an interview with our photo editor, Matt Krieger, at the time, who's no longer there, but he now works for the Indiana Pacers. But he did an interview, and I'll get to that in a minute, and then we'll wrap things up here and move on to the Golden Tee build. We like to roam around the infield and see what the fan zones are like. And this is both of my brothers trying to sink a putt for some prize. I don't know what it was. So both of my brothers like to golf. I don't think they golfed a lot. My brother Steve was more of a golfer, I think, than Ronnie was, but they both took a crack at this. And so, yeah. This is me and my brother at the outdoor seating area for the food, right behind the pagoda, really. And I mentioned that my brother was a goof. Well, he liked to make faces. Well, here's one of his faces. And so this wasn't too long ago. I think this was probably about 7 or 8 years ago. But yeah, just an awesome dude. This is his baby. His motorcycle. He loved that thing. Loved to ride it. And I'm sure it's going to miss him. Beautiful bike. I'm not sure exactly what model this is. It's mentioned in one of his Facebook posts, but I didn't write it down. This is him in his turn, in turn 2, or between turns 1 and 2 in the South Chute. And just a selfie. This is my brother. And does anybody recognize the guy on the right? He's wearing a yellow hat, and the yellow hat means you've worked more than 30 years at the Speedway. So the guy on the right has put in over 30 years. You may recognize him because you've seen him on TV or you've heard his voice on the IndyCar radio network. So I'll give you a second. But this is the where this was taken is the Old Timers Club barbecue, which is held like I think the Wednesday before Carb Day. I think the Old Timers barbecue happens, and all the members of the Old Timer Club are invited. A lot of the race car drivers, team members, mechanics, owners, media members are all that have been there for over 20 or 30 years are in this club, and this gentleman is one of them. So if you, so this gentleman on the right is Paul Page. I don't know if any of you know that name. Paul Page for years was the voice of the Indy 500 on the radio network. And IndyCar, really. And then he moved to TV and he started doing TV broadcasts for ABC and ESPN. So that's Paul Page. I know Paul Page. My first Paul Page story, I used to listen to him. He used to be the traffic reporter for the local radio station in Indianapolis. That's where he got his start. And what happened there is his helicopter actually crashed and he survived. So kudos to Paul Page for living as long as he has. And he makes it to the barbecue every year, but I don't think he's doing anything media wise anymore. He does jump in every now and then and provide some color commentary. But yeah, here's his bike again at IMS in the bike parking lot. He took this shot, I think, because he thought it was an interesting shot with the pagoda in the background. So. And this is my brother and his wife, Beverly. And Beverly is the one who called me on Friday morning to let me know. And she's a sweet woman, and she's made him happy for so many years. And she has her own struggles going on right now, and I hope she finds some peace and comfort. Um, she knew how hard my brother struggled, so um, I'll see her in a few days. And that's my brother, master plumber. Worked at a place called Ferguson in Indianapolis. This is a younger photo, a few years ago, but this was his official photo for the company. This is him on his baby. Man, did he love the ride. And finally, this is all three of us at the Speedway. I wish I could remember off the top of my head what year this was. It's a few years ago. But my brother Ronnie, I think it was my brother Ronnie, he said, let's get a photo together. Both my brothers they're reaching the end of their ability to stand for hours on end in a turn trying to capture photos. My brother Steve actually quit for a couple of years, but he missed it so much he came back last year, and we'll probably do it again this year in honor of my brother. My brother Ronnie hasn't been at the Speedway since pre-COVID, but I'm glad we took this photo together. Three brothers, three photographers at the Speedway, and I will totally miss him. Okay. So let me share something else. This is the last thing I'll do talking about my brother, and then we'll move on. I'm going to bring up this video. Hopefully I don't get copyright claimed for it. I don't see how I could, but you never know. Okay, this is my brother being interviewed the day after his incident was run-in with Scott Dixon. And hopefully you guys can hear this. I tested it earlier. I think my audio is going out. I'm going to bring up my meter just to make sure. And here we go. You can see the car heading towards the fence. I was worried about that. I'm sorry, guys. Why am I not getting audio? Hang on a second. Let me find. I'm looking, guys. Bear with me. Hang on. I got such a weird setup here. I don't really play videos too often, so I never really have a problem. Oh, come on. I thought I could see the audio going out my mixer, and volume settings. I'm missing a screen. Well, this is a bummer. I really wanted to show this video. Volume mixer. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Okay, let's see. Output device. That looks good. Oh, why isn't it working there? Let's try this. See if that works.
Coming through the fence at me. So as I was holding up my hands to guard my face, my body, because of all the
Let me know if you hear that.
I instinctively knew to drop. So as I was doing this and drop at the same time, that's when I twitched my back, and then I got.
Can you hear that, folks? Let me know in the chat. Were you guys able to hear that at all? Okay, let me restart this from the beginning then. Sorry about that, guys.
I watched cars come out of one. I left vehicles, scoots, whatever, and I saw 77 start to do a little wiggle spin. So at that moment, I got looking in the camera, and I followed the action, the wreck, as it unfolded through the lens. The lead spinner is who I stay on. And if you look at the photo range, as a rule, it's I don't have peripheral vision inside a lens. So I focus on the one car, and the action that comes into that car is happenstance. You know, it just happens. And this time, got dingered onto the 77 car, and it's like, oh my God. The instant I saw he was hitting the fence, a ton of debris was coming through the fence at me. So as I was holding up my hands to guard my face, my body, because of all the debris, I instinctively knew to drop. So as I was doing this and dropping,
man, I really don't know.
that's when I twitched my back.
I need to do more testing with playing videos.
Both drivers walk away. Yes. And you take them to IU Health. Yes. How much that? Yeah. What's up with that?
That was my brother. I apologize. I thought I had tested this and it was working fine, but apparently not. Okay. But anyway, he was relaying the story of what happened during that incident and how he stayed with the photography. And a lot of photographers are like that. They'll stay until they feel something. And usually 9 times out of 10, that's too late. Well, he started feeling the debris coming at him through the fence, and he just fell back. So that's what hurt his back worse than it already was, and what caused him to get medical attention. He's fine after that incident. He came back to the track next day. That's when that interview was done. So anyway, rest in peace, brother. I miss you. I'll miss talking to you. I'll miss shooting photos with you. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate everything you did for me, uh, teaching me the ins and outs of race photography, getting me on with the Star. Um, yeah, I'm just gonna miss you a lot. We weren't always close, growing up. I was such a recluse as a kid. My brothers were much older. They were out of the house and they were living their own lives, and we didn't connect much. And when family functions happened, I usually hid. So it was when I joined the Navy, and is when my brothers and I got closer. And through race photography, we got even more close. So I'm glad we had that time. So rest in peace, brother. You've earned it and you deserve it. And I hope you say hi to mom and all the other people that went before us. And love you, brother. Okay. Didn't mean to bring everybody down with that. But I did want to honor him. And this is my platform and I'm going to use it. I understand if people didn't hang around for that, but I just had to put that out there. So thank you very much for bearing with me through all of that. I'm going to scan through the chat here real quick. I know I haven't done that. Say hi to everybody. Ted, as always, thank you for being here, man. You're such a huge supporter of mine, and I appreciate it. Thank you. PD7, thank you for sending people my way this morning. You had a great stream this morning playing that game. I actually caught one now because it was right before my show. So I do appreciate it. I appreciated all the shout outs earlier, sending people my way. Gallagher guy, good to see you. And as always love watching your content. Hockey Town, good to see you. Thank you. Let's see. All kinds of condolences. I do appreciate all of that, guys. I really do. Zero, good to see you, man. I appreciate it. Always appreciate your visits. Yeah, you made a nice comment on PD7 stream earlier, and I really appreciate that. I did see it, and I appreciate it. Dave McCarthy, welcome. Welcome. We'll get to that build here in a second. I'm just saying hi to everybody. Danny from the Cornercades here. I heard you had to work today. I'm sorry, brother. I understand, though. It's Christmas. Everybody wants TVs, so you got to be there. He says, did I see the editing on the SSF video? I have not seen the SSF video. I've been busy getting things set up down here this morning, and I saw that it was posted. Usually when I get notifications, I'll keep the notifications until I've seen the video. So your notification is waiting that the video is there, and I'll probably watch it after this stream. Let's see. Happy birthday, Hockey Town. Happy birthday. Wow. So hopefully you're getting some good food today, at the very least, and watching some football, maybe. Yeah, he did. And while I can be sad for him passing and I'll miss our interactions, trust me, guys, my visit to him in July, I just knew the end was coming. And part of me was really happy because his suffering was enough. I don't think anybody should ever see someone suffer that much. And he did. And I'm happy that he's in a better place right now. Let's see who else is here. Appreciate that, PD7. I really do. Thank you. Yeah, we did. I have some stories, and maybe I'll tell them at a later date. Uh, like I said, my brother was a character. He could make anybody laugh. I have that. I miss that talent. We're brothers from another father, so he's my half brother technically, but we never really used the half term. We were brothers, and his talent for making people laugh came from somewhere, but it was not passed on to me. I can't make people laugh. I'd suck at being a comedian. My brother was definitely a goof. Literally, my brother has thousands of photos, and I'm not sure where they're going to end up. I'm sure his kids are going to take possession of them and enjoy them. But my brother, I mean, and we're not talking just digital. I mean, my brother has boxes of photos from the film days. He's been a photographer at the Speedway for that long, so I'm kind of curious as to what's going to happen with all of that material. But he had a lot of photos. Thank you, Gallagher guy. I appreciate it. We did have some great memories. Upper Squid, welcome. Thank you. Retro things and memories are what makes us who we are, gives us strength to tackle the future, my opinion at least. Yeah, you're right, though. Memories make us what we are. Memories and experiences and family, for good or bad, build and help shape who we are. And my brother really contributed to who I was. I'll tell you a brief story about me going to boot camp. And obviously, I'm way past boot camp right now. Boot camp for me was like 1984. So it gives you a frame of reference. So, night before I'm heading off to the MEPS induction center to fly out to boot camp in Orlando at the time, Navy boot camp, my brother stops over, and he's an Army vet. So he's been through the boot camp experience, different, branch, but he's still been through boot camp. So I asked him, I said, brother, what's boot camp like? How am I going to survive it? What's the best tool I can use to help survive boot camp? And he gave me the best piece of advice that day. He actually told me, just see the humor in it. Whatever happens, just find the humor in it and laugh. Now, he told me, don't laugh out loud, because if the company commander hears that, you'll be in push-up position. But that advice that he gave me helped me sail through boot camp, because my company commander could drop us into push-up position at a whim, and I'm going down smiling. That's my brother. That's my brother telling me, find the humor in it. And he was such a character. Oh, man. I am going to miss you, dude. All right. Bunch of comments about the video. As I said, my brothers and I were very close when I was a young kid, and there's an age difference there. Probably one of the reasons, but the other reason is I'm such a recluse. But in the later decades, we got together a lot and shared a lot, and most of it through photography. And I'm so glad I had that time with them. I really am. Okay, gents, what do you say we get to building an arcade? Actually do arcade stuff. I'm going to get my microphone. I will probably put a link in the description of the video, a timestamp link, so that folks don't have to, if they don't want to listen to me talk about my brother, they can skip right to the build if they want. I don't have any arcade news to talk about. I'm not really a news channel. Nothing happened this week that stood out that I need to talk about. So, and the only thing I got going on in my arcade is some GRS build decade work. Regarding my GRS build decade, the prototype, this Pac-Man prototype that I'm working on, I have done more image work. I got the image to a point where I think it's where I want to be. So as I've told you guys in previous streams, I'm taking that image, copying it to multiple SD cards, and then I have 6 build-acades. 3 are already here, 3 are coming, and I'm going to build my own miniature arcade using artwork from third-party vendors like Arcade Graphics, and maybe even Escape Pod. I'm not sure who and Josebo. I do have artwork on order from Josebo, but who knows when it'll get here. And so this week, after I solidified my image of the games that I want on my image, I don't want to put every image out there that exists. I just want the games that make me happy and remind me of the 80s. So I got that solidified, I think. And then I started playing with copying the SD card. Now I'm no slacker when it comes to making SD card image. I do it all the time. I make backup copies of anything in this arcade that came with an SD card. I back it up before I turn it on, so I have a reference copy that I can go back to in case something happens to the card that's in the device. So, case in point, the retro shooter kit, got a backup copy of that. The box running on this TV right here that you see Frogger running, that was an SD card, and I backed that up. When I had Ridge Racer with the Buy Stuff Arcades mod, I backed that up. Always a good thing to back up your SD cards if you can. Now, what I had a problem with this week is I was using SD cards that were formatted previously. So I was just trying to write over the image with the image that I backed up from the Build-A-Cade that I'm building. And it didn't work so well. I wound up downloading a tool, an SD card tool that will wipe a micro SD clean, like a clean slate. And once I did that and then ran Win32 Disk Imager, it was fine. The image was perfect. So I had a little bit of a issue there working with SD card images, but that's my strategy going forward. I'm going to blast out the copy to multiple GRS build-acades. I expect the artwork to come tomorrow, I think, for my second build-acade. That's a surprise. I probably won't get to it this week because I'm leaving for Indianapolis on Wednesday. Won't be back until Friday or Saturday. If I'm up to it, I might do a build-acade stream next week. We'll see. So anyway, let's get to the build. I've rambled on long enough. Switching over to the lavalier mic. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Let me get a drink of. And we're going to need to adjust the lighting in here, get the house lights on. Let me switch the camera view. Let me know if you guys like this multiple camera view, or if you want me to just trim it down to like just 1 or 2 images. I can do that. I can do a cam 1, cam 2. I can do a cell phone cam 1. What else do I have? I have a cell phone full view too. But for the most part, I stick with this one because, or not this one. Hang on. OBS, you're killing me. There we go. That view. All right, let's put my eyes on here. I'll adjust the lighting, turn on the house lights. Oh man, this poor Galaga cabinet is taking all sorts of abuse. I'm throwing things at it. House lights are on. Let's turn off the black light. Okay. All right. All right. So Golden Tea Deluxe. I bought it from Kohl's. It was on sale at they had 75. They knocked $75 off the regular price of $4.99. So I thought, well, it's probably going to be the cheapest it's going to be, and that I know of. And so I thought, well, I'm going to jump on it now because I want to get Golden Tea back anyway. And then I got all the Kohl's cash. I got $120 of Kohl's cash to go with this purchase that I can use through Wednesday. So I'm going to make a decision about what to do Wednesday morning. Maybe even Tuesday night, depending on if anything else goes on sale in the next couple of days at Kohl's. Looking at Kohl's right now, there really isn't anything I'm interested in. I would love to get X-Men back, but not at $5.99. I would like to see that come down a little bit more, but I don't really see anything interesting right now that I can purchase from Kohl's. So anywho, let's get this thing open. I did not unbox anything yet. So this is going to be a complete from unboxing to build video. And feel free to jump in and out whenever you want. This is just me streaming. I understand that Moat is doing a charity stream this morning. Folks, I totally understand if you want to jump over that. I think that's starting in like 8 minutes. I don't have a link to Moat's stream, but you know, I totally understand if you want to jump over to his stream. Won't upset me in the very least. It won't. Like I said, I do this just for fun, streaming, and because I like to make things work. So, yeah. Don't want to cut my hands. A little bit of health news. I think I suffered from frostbite fairly recently, and so my right hand has been in a great deal of pain. Come on, guy. Usually this comes fairly easy. Interesting. Come on, guy. This box is fighting me. There we go. Jeez. Box was putting up a fight. Okay, let's see. 1, 2. Now we did have a little, inspecting the box, there was a little nick in one of the sides. It was down here. So this is in the box. If anything, it's hitting a box. So it's not on the side panel side. That's good. So let's lift out the side panels first, if I can. This box is tight. Oh my goodness. Maybe I'll have to take out the boxes first. Oh my goodness. Come on. I'll say one thing. I mean, they do Other than my gripe with Arcade 1-Up about putting the side panels on the outside of the box, there we go. They do pack it very well. All right. Got my trusty garbage bag handy, ready to go. I consider myself a collector, and Arcade 1-Up happens to be my object of collection right now. And you can have your own opinions about what you think of Arcade 1-Up. I like them because they make me happy, and that's all I'm going to say about that. I got nothing bad to say about them. Other than I wish they would do better as a company. In some instances, some cabinets are better than others. Some cabinets have issues. All right, so here we have the E3 panel, the Golden Tee artwork. This would be the lower panel, lower section panel. It's a beautiful little piece here. I'm going to adjust the camera here in a second. Again, I appreciate everybody being here. So I'm just going to move the camera up so you could see more, at least the cell phone camera. I'm using my cell phone as one of the cameras, using a software called NDI, which basically turns your camera into an IP camera over wireless. And then I bring it in through OBS. That's how you're able to see the multiple camera view. So here we have another lower side panel, D3. The arcade is starting to look better. I mean, y'all have been with me for a while. You know that I had to sell a lot of my arcades to raise some money for other things. And I'm in a much better place now. So I've been, that whole side of the arcade, all 4 of those machines right there are new that I've recently added. So, and a couple of them, the Dig Dug and the Joust, have Buy Stuff arcade monitor upgrades in them. So back panel, lower back panel, F2. The upper back panel, F1. Here we have the kick plate, and I'm gonna, you'll see me skip around. I'm sure some of you do it too. You'll see me skip around and do things in the instructions first. One of the things I'm going to do first before the table gets taken up by the actual cabinet pieces is I'm going to put the coin door on. So just one of those things that you learn on some of these build videos. Best ways to go about things. I think it's best to, if you could look through the steps and figure out anything that can be done separately, do those first so they're ready to go when you have to put them in. And the side panel is one of them. So, I mean, the kick plate is one of them. Now, since this is a deluxe, I'm not going to have to do anything with the side panels. I don't think. Here we have D1, which is the upper side panel. And again, if you're jumping over to mode stream, I totally understand. But hey, if you want to keep 2 streams going, and just mute the audio on mine and watch me build, that's fine. But Moat's running a charity stream, and I really don't want to interfere with that. I realize I ran long talking about my brother, but I wish I could have gotten my brother more into my hobby here. He's, like I said, older and missed the 80s retro thing, or arcade. Missed out on that. He was a little older, didn't much care for arcades. I don't see any obvious dings. Looks good. Glad of that little fact. And then the other side panel, E1, just looking over the panel, no damage. Yay me. I've had arcade 1-ups that have had side panel damage from shipping. Burger Time was one of them, which I no longer have that Burger Time. I sold it. But it had some significant damage on it. And if you've seen my video on that, you know how much. It was pretty significant. All right. Taking a look at the chat real quick. Yeah, I agree. Boofman, you're talking about the trackball. I had the Golden TXL, and the trackball pissed me off to no end. I did not like that trackball. So I'm praying that the Golden T Deluxe, and by all accounts, the Golden T Deluxe trackball is better. But yeah, that XL trackball, that was upsetting. Now here we have our manual and our parts. We'll set that aside for a moment. I think this is filler. Maybe it isn't. No, it's not filler. It's actual box. So we have 3 boxes and the panel wrap. So that's how this box was shipped. We'll see what this is. This is interesting. I don't recall seeing a box of this makeup in previous deluxes. Looks like the marquee, actually. Or maybe not. No, this is all of them, the braces, the little panels. And where to begin with this saran wrap? Right there, maybe. And I could make these builds an actual video and just go through it. But I don't like editing videos. You guys know that. You're a fan of my channel. You know that it's rare for me to make an edited video. It's just really difficult. It's not difficult. It's just tedious and a lot of work, and a lot of work that I don't have time for. So it's easier to do these just live, and then you can bounce around whatever you want to see. Occasionally I'll throw timestamps in. All right, so we have an L panel, we've got K. Yeah, and these pieces right here, the J pieces that hold the control panel, I'll put these on the side panel first prior to the instructions assembly, just to have them ready to go. Then we got a B2 panel here that's separately wrapped. Thank you, Arcade One Up. Thank you, sir. May I please have another, right? But, you know, we'd all bitch too if they didn't wrap these and they weren't protected and they got damaged. We would all be saying, hey, you guys need to pack these better. So I can't give them too much of a hard time. It's just a lot of times I'll have all this out before I do a build on a live stream. But I figured today I'd just do a complete unboxing. Throw my boxes outside the arcade, deal with them later. Okay, 1L, 2Ks, 2Js, and 1B2. I don't want those here right now. I'll set them on the Pong. The Pong pub table is useful. Just my carpet here. 2 more boxes to get through. Here, I'll just do this. This is obviously the monitor assembly. So we're emptying the box, and like what I like to do on my videos, my streams, is showcase the box a little bit. I put it in the background of the build. I don't keep boxes. I know PD7 does. Some of you might also. I don't keep boxes. I cut them up and they go away, or I'll take them up to the recycling center. All right. This will be the future home of the Golden Tee right here, right next to my Legends Ultimate, and then over here, I'd like to be the Yoga Flame. So we'll see how that looks. Camera is blocked. Set this back a little bit further. There we go. That's better. And like I said, Golden Tee's going here. Yoga Flame, Big Blue, whatever I wind up getting this week will go there. Last couple of boxes here to unbox, and then we'll get to the actual build. Always fun to build an arcade one-up. That's my opinion. You might disagree. I have fun doing this. Like I said, I'm a tinkerer. I like tinkering with things. And most arcade one-up builds are the same. Yes, true. But I enjoy doing it. So we have a P panel. There's 2 P panels. This is the control panel. So we're trying to muddle through this as quickly as possible. All right, that's our golden tee. Obviously, the plastic protectors got its wrap still, so it's not going to look that sharp, but the ball has some scuff marks on it. Now, if you can see it on camera, it's right there. That ball feels better than the XL, that I remember the XL feeling. But we'll see in actual gameplay. Just adjusting the camera a little bit. Okay. We'll set the control panel aside for now. And here is our coin door. I got to get on Retro 530's site. If he has a New Year's sale, I gotta get more of his lit coin door kits, so I can replace some of the arcade 1-ups. So hopefully he has a New Year's deal running. The coin door is kind of nice because the arcade 1-up logo is chromed out a little bit, and you got your chrome fake key here. So it's a pretty decent little coin door. Let's set that up here. Part I1. All right, one more box, and we all know that that's the monitor assembly. And probably also the marquee and the sound are also in there. Set the P panels on the side here. And here we go. There are a couple of arcades in Marketplace that I do also have an eye on. I'm not going to talk about them. I don't want one of you guys local here to snipe them away from me. I am thinking about a couple of options that are available to me on Marketplace, but it's hard for me because a previously built arcade 1-up does not fit into my Jeep. I mean, I can get it to fit, but it's still really awkward to do because the only cab that I bought off Marketplace that wasn't new in box was the Pac-Man 40th. Got that for $50 with a seat, with a stool. And so I was happy about that purchase, and I immediately went and got it with my Jeep. And boy, did it take me like 30 minutes to get that stuffed in the passenger seat. And that was a risered cab, so yeah, the riser went in the back seat. But I have the Jeep's assembly for the soft top in there, and that's why it makes it hard for me to slip the cabinet in through the back because I don't have enough of a gap there to get it through. So here we have the sound. We got with the Deluxes, we have this nice speaker cover, beautiful. Part M. Okay, here's the marquee. It's actually stuck to something else. Part N. There's part of the marquee assembly. And the marquee is going to have a protective coating on it as well, but we'll still yank it out of the package here. Well, maybe not. Oh, that's the reverse printed. So we have the protective covering still on the marquee, but it's reverse printed. So I got to assume it's going to be beautiful. I haven't seen a built Golden Tee Deluxe yet, other than on a video or live stream. So we'll set that marquee there. Still on my purchase list is the At Games 4KP. I definitely want to get it, just not right now. Still in a rebuilding phase. I will consider myself out of a rebuilding phase when I at least throw something in the middle next to Pong. Then I can think about the At Games. Kind of want to wait till tax time for At Games too. So we got part of the marquee assembly here. And here's the backlight for the marquee. Your little lights. All right. And then last but not least, well, we got our G panel on the other side of this. I use contractor side garbage bags, so all of this stuff fits in the contractor garbage bag. Some of it goes into recycling, some of it doesn't. I'm going to shrink wrap here. So here is our monitor assembly. Upside down, and I didn't get a piece of tape. It's a BOE monitor. I know that because it says BOE. So that's good. I think we all know that the Deluxes all have BOEs, so our monitor assembly. It's got its protective cover on, which I will partially remove the side. So I'll loosen the screws here. If you've seen one of my videos before, you know that I loosen the screws 2 or 3 times just to get the plastic up around them, and I tighten them back down. So happy it's a BOE. All right. Should have our G panel next. We got a few other panels as well. This is our G panel, though. That's the base of the unit. Arcade one-up builds always start with the G panel for the most part. You got that groove in the back there for the back panel. And since we're going to need it here a little bit, we'll set that there. Okay, what else do we have here? Got quite a few panels here remaining. O. I don't know what O is for. Oh, this cabinet has wings. So just like a lot of the Joust that I have over here that has wings, the Golden Tee Deluxe has wings. These go on the side of each side of the control panel, and this is what the control panel will be screwed into. Well, no, it's not. it'll help the control panel sit. So that's panel D2. The other one is going to be E2. Okay, a couple more pieces here. Ah, yes, the H panel is coming. The other side of the marquee assembly is B3. Here's our H panel. The H panel, as you all know, is where the licensing, part number, serial number, all that stuff is for Arcade 1-Up. Actually, no, I'm wrong. I must have missed it. I thought that's what the H panel was. Interesting. I think on the Deluxe, the H, what I thought was the H panel was thicker, and I don't recall seeing it. That's interesting. We'll find it. It's around here somewhere. It wouldn't be in it. Well, maybe that was on one of the back panels. Yeah. Oh, the arcade. The cabinet information is on the actual back panel on this one. Interesting. Scanning the chat. Oh, Boofman, you've got the Super Sprint. I would have loved to have had that, but I wasn't paying that amount of money for it. Congrats on that. Biggie D, thanks for joining and watching. Appreciate it. Yeah, the Joust is just absolutely stunning. I love that cabinet. It just needed a better monitor. Thanks, Danny. I appreciate it. That's good. Well, you're doing what you need to do, and that's all. Like I said, I sold more than half of my arcade just to pay off some big ticket items that came up earlier in the year. 2024 has not been good to me financially. I mean, I'm compared to other people and a lot of people struggling out there in this economy and everything, I'm doing okay. It's just that I take steps that I feel are necessary in order to stay above water. That's just me. All right, let's bring over the instructions and the parts and get our parts all set up. Most of you are familiar with Arcade 1-Up parts kits. Pretty standard. There are a few changes depending on the build that you're doing. Got your dowels, which are usually A. Your E screws, which are usually your back panel screws. D. Oh, no, that's B. Yeah, that's B. I usually lay them out. I don't know why. Just so they're easier to find. This is F. Okay. All the wall mounting kit and the spare parts. I don't even mess with. Oh, that's D. This is B. Usually B are the big screws. J. Spare parts. And then I, which is all right. We don't have any joysticks, so none of that. I'm going to set my power and my the parts that I don't need off to the side for now. That'll come later. Okay, now instructions. How many of you still read the instructions? I do. And I've put together over 25, 30 of these cabinets. But how many of you keep? I don't keep the other languages. I don't keep the warranty information. I know what the warranty is. Just a little standard blurb from Arcade 1-Up. Don't keep that. The live guide, Wi-Fi setup instructions, I'll keep that, and the assembly instructions. A little blurb in here for buying your matching stool. Build your game room. So it's an ad for other cabinets. And they have all of the deluxes listed here. Are these stickers? They kind of look like, no, they're not. Kind of look like stickers. Don't need that. So the only books I really keep are the functional manuals, the assembly and the functional manuals. So these, see you later, or won't see you later. All right. Looking through the manual, I'm going to look for steps that require me to pre-assemble things. Like step 4 is when we get to the kick plate. And like I said, I'm going to put the kick plate on first. Just so I have, because I have the workspace right now. It's a matter of functional workspace for me. If I was doing this on the floor, maybe I wouldn't care and I would still just do it whenever. So we're putting this is my step 1 actually, just putting the it's not seating correctly. There we go. All right. So we're going to screw that in. And for that, we have to use J and K. So again, matter of convenience for me. I just want to get as much done that requires space as possible. And it's easy enough to follow the Arcade 1-Up instructions step by step, but I like to make them my own and figure out what's best to do first and have ready. Putting our little screw covers on. All right. And again, I use a ratchet screwdriver. I do not use a drill. Ever. It's just me. When I get the 2 cabinet pieces built is when I'll move to the floor. All right, that screw is not going to tighten. screw's not going to tighten. I hate that. It's tight enough. It's just, you can tell when it's just not going to do it. All right, coin door is on. And this piece is ready to go when I get to that point. Again, it's in the book as step 4, but you know, you're already building parts of the cabinet at that point. So, all right, flipping through panel, step 6. Oh, so the wings are just, they're not wings, they're extensions. Extensions out. All right, so the J boards. So let's put together the wings. Again, this is, I'm bouncing to step 6 here. So I need D1 and D2. So side panels D1, and I'll need the wing. D2. This cabinet is a little different. Okay, I need 2 dowels. I need D2. So we got our little D2 wing piece here. Put our 2 dowels in. And join the boards together. And then we need, so this cabinet is a good example of getting things done beforehand, before you actually step in the step-by-step build, because there's a lot going on here. You're attaching the wing, you're attaching, what did I do with them? You're attaching the J boards, which hold the control panel. So better to get that done right off the bat and then move into the actual build. So we're going to need some eye plates, some bridges, some whatever you want to call them, connectors. So that's going to further hold it into place. We'll put that plate to connect the D2 to D1. We need some C screws, I assume. Okay. I'll put the plate in place. Animal hair, and I don't even let the animals in this basement. Where's that coming from? Sometimes they slip in here. I don't want the cats down here because, man, they'll get lost in this basement with some of the stuff in the other areas of it. All right, so we've added D2 to the side panel, which is basically where the control panel is going to sit. And now we need to put one of the J panels on. We got to be careful that the 2 notches for the screws are facing upwards of the cabinet. So I've made this mistake before where I've done it this way and the 2 screw holes are aiming down. You're not going to be able to mount the control panel that way. So I always look just to make sure, and we need D screws for that. All right. I always do the center screw first just to get it in. Kind of guide it into the hole. I'll move on to the second screw just to get that guided into the hole. And there it is. It's locked in. Our screw holes are facing up. That's good. I just tighten tight enough that it's secure and won't move. All right. This panel is done. So what I've done is attach D2 to D1, put the brace on, then put the control panel J board in. So I've prepped this side piece. I can set it aside again. Now I'm going to do the same for E1, the other side. It just makes sense to do it now. It's a later step. If I were to flip through the manual, they're not having you do E1 until like step 13. Well, that makes no sense. Get them done, get them prepped, ready for assembly. So we'll take E2, which is going to go to E1. We'll get our 2 dowels. Slide them in there and slide them in together. A little bit of a nick there, but it's not noticeable. Okay, we need another brace. And we need 4 more screws. I haven't really done any, PD7 had his streaming, live stream of gameplay earlier this morning, and I haven't really done any of that. I would like to do that at some point, but I just got to figure out my camera placements and how I'm going to see the chat. Maybe I should just talk to PD7 about it. See what the best direction to go with that is. So I'd like to do some gameplay streams, especially with the cabinets that have like the Joust. Love to get a 2-player stream going on Joust. That'd be awesome. All right, now we're going to attach the other side J panel. Again, make sure the screw holes are facing up. Can't stress that enough. We find the center hole. I do that. Find the second hole. Okay. And then lastly, let's put a hole. All right. So the second side panel is pre-assembled. Set that aside. Yeah, okay. Now, let's look through, make sure. I suppose we could do our monitor step now. Yeah, let's go ahead and do the monitor. I'm skipping all over the place here. This would be step 8. Monitor prep. But again, I'm maximizing my space usage because once I start actually physically building the cabinet, I'll run out of space here to work in. So I hope you all can understand why I'm jumping around. Right now, I don't have a good view of the chat. So if you're asking me questions, I'm sorry. I apologize. I probably should get my tablet down here so I can see the chat. All right, so I need C-screws. I usually put the screw in first and then find a hole. Easier that way. Kind of line it up straight as possible. So what I'm doing now is putting the brackets, the monitor mounting brackets on. When did I get started in this hobby? I got started in this hobby in 2021. That's when I bought my first arcade 1-up. What was my first arcade 1-up? It was Pac-Man Legacy. That was my very first arcade 1-up. And while that was a nice cabinet, it had its drawbacks. Didn't quite like the cabinet shape or design. I liked the color scheme, the artwork. That was fine enough. But I like the Deluxe a lot better. Seriously, I do believe that Arcade 1-up did good by coming out with the Deluxe line. I do like the XLs. I don't think they're for me. I've owned a couple of XLs. I own the Pac-Man XL, and I owned the Golden Tee XL. Trackball in the Golden Tee XL wasn't all that great. Anybody know if Glenn's trackball can be used with the Golden Tee Deluxe? Just curious. Would love to put an LED lit control panel in for trackball. All right, now I'm going to do the step of peeling the plastic away. So what I do here is loosen the screws 2 or 3 turns. Just enough to pull the plastic around it. This is not a step in the documentation. You won't see this. I learned this early on 3 years ago doing my first arcade 1-up build from watching a YouTuber, and I can't remember who that was. That taught me this. I'm just passing it on to you. All right. So we're just going to carefully pull. Just enough to get it around the screw. I'm still going to leave the plastic on until I get to the final steps. Oh, I did leave a little bit of residue there. Oh well. So be careful with pulling this plastic. Be gentle. Make sure all the plastic comes off. Oh wow, that top piece was a separate piece. Interesting. All right. Now we're going to tighten the screws back up. And do not over tighten these. Just enough to secure the bezel, because if you tighten them, over tighten them, you will crack the bezel. You will. I've done it. I know. We learn by doing, and I definitely learned by doing that day. We'll never do that again. Also cracked my Star Wars plexi doing that, and that was back when Arcade 1-Up was generous with spare parts, and so they shipped me a new plexi. It was nice of them. Of course, they don't do that now because of the financial position that they appear to be in. They've made changes, structural changes in their business. Okay. All right, so monitor prepped. We've got our brackets on. We've done our plastic prep. So we'll set this aside again. Take another look at the documentation, see if there's any more prep work. Well, we could. Yes, let's do this. So we're going to skip to step 11. And before I do that, I'm going to get a sip of water because I'm dying. Let's take a look at the chat here. Hey, Stock Jack, welcome. Appreciate it. All right. So we're going to skip to step 11 here and assemble the marquee assembly, which is B1, B2, and B3. So let's find those parts. Here's B1. Here's B3. And B2 was this panel right here, the other side of the marquee. So let's get that prepped and ready to go. It's actually steps 10 and 11. So let's do the dowel prep here. Just getting all the side pieces that need to be pre-built built. This is not the way Arcade 1-Up recommends in their documentation. It's just the way I feel best to proceed. So just getting the little pieces put together first. You guys can build these cabinets any way you want. You can go completely in Arcade 1-Up order, if that's what makes you happy. All right, and B3. Also wants me to put dials in the sound thing, but I don't know if I'm going to need that right away. Not until maybe. But we'll do it anyway, because that's what the step says to do, right? Oh, wrong one. All right. Okay, so let's put these three pieces together. B1 on the bottom here. Actually, no, we're not ready yet. We still need to put brackets on. So we'll put the bracket on B2. Get the marquee assembly going here. And then once I get all this little crap done, it should be, putting this thing together should be a fairly quick job, eh? One would think. Getting all the little stuff out of the way. All right, B2 has that. B3. Okay. Anything else I need to do? No. All right, so B1. And I try to look at the orientation correctly here. Oh, what did I do wrong here? This step always trips me up. Did I do that correctly? B2. The groove is on the bottom. That's oriented correctly. B3. Yeah. That looks correct. Okay. So B3. That does not look right. What am I not getting here? Oh, flip it that way. Duh. See, it's the orientation part that gets me every time. So that's the way. I just had to flip the piece over. Why am I not finding the screw? It's a little off. Gonna use my light. I realize this part is probably the most boring, but gotta get it right. That's better. So I had to loosen the screws on the other side of the bracket so I could line up the holes better on the other side with the pre-drilled holes. All right, everything's tight there. Now we got to attach B2. There's only one way this could really go. The groove has to line up with the other groove, so it's got to go this way. There we go. And I got to pull it a little bit just to get it. Two more C screws. This was, two people would really help out here. One to hold this into place. Okay. Oh, that's in. All right, marquee assembly is complete. I don't need M right now. Let's see if there's any other pre-things that I need to do. Doesn't look like it. Okay. All right. Now we're going to go back to step one after I've pre-built certain pieces. We did the side panels. We did the kick plate. And we did the marquee building, and we also did the monitor. So we've prepped those things. Now let's go back to step one. We'll set the marquee aside here for a moment. We need our G panel, which is, as everybody knows, our base. So we're going to dowel up here. This is the dowel step. Now we're going to get into the meat of it. Okay, we need O, 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 O. I'm going to put 4 dowels in O. Okay, we need our 2K pieces. Put 4 dowels in each. We got an L piece and our 2P pieces. So let's do L. And the one place I always forget to put dowels is when you put the top piece and the bottom piece of the cabinet together. I always forget to put the dowels in there. So we're hopefully not going to forget that. Where's our 2Ps? Down here. The P's only have one on either side. All right. I think we're ready to rock and roll here. Now that we've doweled up, now we're going to start building the bottom section first. So we need D3. That would be this piece right here. We need D3 and we need G. And we're going to need B screws, so I'm going to open up the B's. Okay. So we have D3 here, and so this would be the front of the cabinet. And that would be the back. So we need to make sure we orient the G panel correctly. The slot has to go in the back. Come on, stay together. Where did I put my screwdriver? Oh, don't push it through. Only tighten enough that it holds. You don't want to push the screw through the wood. I say that every time I do a build. Because I want to stress it. And a lot of people will use drills and then they'll let it go as tight as can be, and then the screw winds up going through the wood. Now, that's not good. All right. Our beginning is here. Step 3, that was step 2. Step 3, we need to put the 2K panels in. All right, 1K, 2K. I always like to keep the labels inward, if at all possible. So we need a B screw for that. Again, I apologize if I'm not seeing the chat. Hope you guys are entertaining yourselves. All right, so that K panel is in. Now we'll do the second one on the other side. All right, 2 Ks are in. Step 3 is complete. Step 4, we did step 4. That was putting the coin door. So it wants us to put the kick plate in, which we're all ready to go. See why I did this before? I'm ready to just insert it in to step 5. So we need to reorient the cabinet here. I'll turn it towards you so you can see it. Make sure I'm oriented correctly. Slide it all the way down so the notch hits the bottom. Kind of hold it into place. And then we need E3. Stay, don't go anywhere. So we need the other side panel. Again, my bottom is now to my left. This is where I'm going to need my light. Pretty dark in here, really. Come on, baby. Get in the hole. There we go. Slot in those B screws there. Okay, that side is good. Kick plate is in place. Make sure we're in over here on this side. There we go. Popped in. I must say the Deluxes are a lot easier to build than previous iterations of Arcade 1-Up. All right. Step 5 is complete. We did step 6, which was prepping the side panel. So we're done with the lower panel for now. So what we're going to do is get this out of the way. We'll set this down on the floor. I got a lot of notifications going on. All right. Okay, so now we're going to begin with side panel or upper assembly. So we did step 6 previously. It's one of those pre-things we did. Now we're going to need panel D1. And we're going to need to put an L at the top. Again, I like to go with the label side inside, but I'm just making sure that I still had holes on the other side, because that's where the back panel is going to screw in. Okay, L's in. I hope that's okay. And let's do P, one of the P's. I always get screwed up at this point. Half of this is going to I think I just got it right. Oh my goodness. I always get that oriented, this board oriented wrong, and then because half of it's going to attach to the bottom section of the cabinet, and always screw it up. And I manage to screw it up sometimes. That one went right quick. Okay, so we've got our P and our L in. Now we need the O, which is going to go right here. Remember, we got to get it oriented correctly. Okay, O is in. I need the second P now. Damn, I'm doing really good. Definitely a different form factor than the other Deluxes. So this is a little bit different cabinet build, slightly. Okay. So our two P's are in, our O is in, our L is in. Step 7 is done. We already did step 8, which was the monitor pre stuff. So now we're going to insert the monitor. Okay. So I'm going to turn this way. So we're ready to slide the monitor in. Cool beans. That's I did talking about my brother, my late brother, and one of his catchphrases was "cool beans." So when something went right or went well, he would always utter "cool beans, cool beans." That's just weird that I remembered that just now. Cool beans. Oh man, I miss you, brother. All right, so slot the monitor into the groove and line up the holes for the brackets, the monitor brackets. I'm going to put on my light for this because I can't really see the holes. There you go. See, I was off a little bit. It's been frustrating trying to put those screws in because I wasn't in the hole. So I'm going to attach the monitor to the side panel. A little bit off in the screw holes. Make sure I got it. Yeah, right side up. Heck of a time to look, right? Okay, this monitor's attached. Step 8 and 9 done. We've already done step 10 and 11, which was assemble the marquee assembly. So now we just need to insert the marquee assembly and the sound. So I'm going to take this opportunity to undo the wiring that's wrapped with a tie wrap. Get all the wiring loose so I can run it how it says it needs to be run. You know what I'd really like to do is get a head cam, a camera that is wireless that you can actually see what I'm doing. I should really look into that. All right, so speakers are loose. I need to get the marquee wire unwrapped. All right, so now we're going to drop this in. I got to make sure I get this right. B3 is on top, which is totally incorrect. Like putting a puzzle together, eh? Why am I not going in there? There we go. Marquee assembly in. Wires run behind L. Let's drop the speakers in now. Okay. Speakers are in. We got to pull a little bit more of the plastic. So, because it's going to be underneath the speaker assembly. There we go. All right. Speakers are in. Marquee is in. Little booger there. Okay. Step 11 complete. Step 12 wants us to put the marquee, the H panel, and the N panel in. So where's N? What do I do with N? That's H. There's the marquee. There's N. N needs some dowels, yes. We need 4 dowels for N. I'm going to move to this side because that's where N goes. So we've got 2 dowels on this side and 2 dowels over here. This is interesting. What's the groove for? Oh, the panel. Okay. Kick plate. There we go. All right. So apparently the kick plate, when it bunches up or connects from below, it gets into this. You're not seeing it, but this groove right here, you probably still can't see it, but so that's in. Now it wants the marquee and the H panel. I'll grab H real quick. H is that piece that goes right here behind the guess it doesn't really matter which way it goes. Well, maybe it does. Yes, it does. So the groove side goes facing upward. And then the board fits nice and neat into the top panel here of the marquee. Stay in, boys. Oh, I came up on the bottom here. Marquee is loose. There. Marquee's back in. That board is seated. Okay. Marquee. This is going to be the most satisfying part, peeling the marquee protective plastic. Look at that beautiful marquee. Wow, it's gorgeous. That is gorgeous. Beautiful marquee. Fit that right in. We already did step 13, which is pre-assembled the side panel. Now it wants us to put the side panel on. So we need side panel E1. Then the next step will be going to slide these two pieces together. But first, let's do this. I need my headlamp for this part. So this is the trickiest part of any one-up build, is getting these things lined up properly. Okay, that one's in. I'm obviously not in somewhere. Speakers are not in. Oh, that's ugly. So I'm just going to go ahead and connect these pieces since they're in. Oh, I got a little nick on this panel. Oh. That sucks. Probably my fault. I wonder if that's just a piece of dirt. Oh, it might be just, oh, it's just dirt. Yay. Okay, the tricky part's going to be this upper part. Okay. All right. Now we got to figure out how to line up. Okay, I can feel the speaker part from behind, so I think I heard that click. There's a piece inside that's just not. Okay, the monitor is in. There we go. There we go. Oh my goodness. Yay. So we got a bag of screw hole caps with various colors. That should be fun. Already did those. Okay. Got a screw there, screw there, screw there. So we're all screwed on this side. All right. Okay. What's next? Next is cabinet assembly. Okay, this is where we're going to need to move some things around. So we'll take the top part of the cabinet and set it on the floor temporarily. Excuse me if everything goes out of view for a little bit, but all right, so what I'm doing now is basically getting rid of the table. Got 4 dowels left, and I know exactly where they're going, and I'm going to stick them in there right now so I don't forget. Between the two parts, the base and the upper. I always forget to put those in, always. Not today, folks. Ooh, gotta be careful I don't lose screws. Okay, these are my back panel screws. I'm taking the table down is what I'm doing. Again, I appreciate everybody being here. I know people come and go to these live streams. So I totally understand. Totally you got to go about your day. I'm just happy to be something in the background if you're watching. Okay. Tables come in handy, especially around rummage sale time. Okay. Got a lot of garbage down here I need to get rid of. Trouble is, I can only put so much out to the curb. Okay. I'm going to do this at an angle. You'll get it on one of the views. All right, B screws. I need to put some B screws in on the other side. How many? One there. One there. 2, 3. There's the one already in there. Yes. Oh no. Do not come unglued right now. The cabinet's pulling away. Now we're going to get this screwed up real good. So we're putting in the B screws on the other side panel to tighten the cabinet up. Hopefully I don't have any issues with some of the dowels being out of place. All right. Looks good. Okay. So we've done those screws. Now it's time to push it together, eh? This is where two people would come in handy. There we go. Dowels are in. I know they're in. We're almost upright, folks. Almost. Two more on the other side. Uh-oh. Am I missing a B screw? Yep. One fell. Oh, I know I got my control panel screws. That's good. Okay. One more screw and we're going upright, folks. Awesome. Okay. Step 15 done. Let's go upright. Make sure I still have my cables. Okay, I'm going to loosen the wiring off the PCB. Take the tape off. Loosen the wires. Different power configuration for the control panel here. There's only one data cable for the control panel, and then their power cord is this blue. I've seen this before, and I think it was like Ridge Racer, I think, had that. So I'm going to go ahead and, well, I'll do that. I'll turn it around. We're going to do the control panel now. Uh-oh. I got a loose dowel somewhere. I'm missing a dowel probably somewhere in the cabinet, but I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, so we're doing the control panel now. Taking the tape that's holding the plastic protector on. Taking that off. Okay. And we're going to reach in. We have the other side of that power cable. Loosen that up and let that drop down. So I'm going to make the data connection here. And put the ribbon cable in. Slides right in. So no more of that round pin cable. Okay. So we need to peel the protective plastic off. Always a challenging part. Fortunately, I have a little bit of nails going on here. Well, that side's coming pretty good. It's actually pretty simple. Okay, now let's do the other side. Always satisfying when you rip off the final pieces of the plexi. There we go. That's too easy. All right, now we're ready to screw this puppy in, and this is where it's important that we oriented those J boards correctly so that the holes line up and we have something to screw into. Again, don't over tighten. If you over tighten, you're going to crack the plexi. Learn that on Star Wars. And watch where your screwdriver goes. Okay, control panel's in. Step 17 complete. Step 18. Gonna turn it around. You guys aren't going to get that great of a view, but what it wants me to do next is put the attach the brackets, the other side bracket screws, monitor brackets, and then get the braces in for between the upper and the lower sections. So I'm going to need my light for this. I haven't made any of the wire connections yet. Except for the control panel cable. Okay. Now we need the braces. And we need the rest of the E screws, or C screws. Okay. So we're putting the braces in that join the top and the bottom together, and that just provides some extra support so the cabinet can't come apart. Okay, first brace is in. Now we'll do the other side. This is where it gets a little awkward because I'm right-handed and I kind of have to stand up to do this. last 2 screws for the brackets or braces. And the final screw, I'll see if I can do it this way. All right. Now we're going to do the rest of the wiring. Okay, so what we have left for wiring, we've done our data cable between the PCB and the control panel. That's in already. So now we have, I'm going to guess this is marquee power. That goes in the top right. And we have sound, which goes in the lower left. So sound is in. And then we have our, oh, this is a ground wire is what it is. Oh, okay. So we're going to ground the control panel with this little unique connector here. Does it go in a certain way? Or do you just mash it together? That's not going in really well. Oh, there it goes. Push it in. So that's a grounding wire is what that is. Why the control panel needs to be grounded, I don't know. Interesting. And we have our wireless, which is already connected. There is a USB port. There's a USB port, and there looks like there's no micro USB. Well, yeah, there is. There's a micro USB. So there's 2 USB ports. Yeah, a micro and a full USB. That's interesting. There's also an SD card slot. So I think this is the first PCB I've seen this. I might be wrong. It might have come in other ones, Deluxes. But there's a SD card slot. There's a USB-C is what it looks like. Oh. No, that's a micro SD. No, I don't know what the connector. That's not a USB-C. It doesn't look like it. Then there's USB-A. Interesting. Okay. Now we're ready. So that was putting the connections, step 19, and part of it was the grounding wire, step 20. So now we're going to put the lower F2, the lower panel in, F2, and we're going to get the power hooked up. And here's our power cable with the little connector here. And there's all the arcade one-up information on the lower. That's the first time I've seen that. So surprised me that it was put there. Can you guys see me do this? No, you can't. I gotta be mindful of where the camera is. So what I'm doing is I'm pushing the power cable into place. That snapped right into place. That was too easy. That worries me. All right, so we've got our lower back panel with the power supply, and then we'll undo the cable. Okay. And we're going to need some screws, so going to need our E screws. Last package we'll be opening. Okay. Throw the cable in there and get the panel slotted. I'll get the screws in. So since this is a 2-section back panel, I'm going to have to do 2. And you guys know me, I like to put LED strips on the backs of these things. So I'm going to need to do 2 LED strips, which is okay. I think I have 2. Do I have an? Oh, just the 1. Okay. All right. Now, before I put the other back panel on, I'm going to fire it up just to make sure it all works. So our last connection would be for the power in the lower right. And that's in. Okay. Ready to fire up. Last couple of steps are just some cleanup steps. Maybe I'll bring the camera in a little bit more. Let's peel that plastic off, huh? Nice. We need our power brick. Moment of truth coming up right here. And we just got a few cleanup items. As I said, it's going back there. So arcade's filling up rather nicely now. All right, let's see what happens here, eh? Marquee's on, that's good. And we have the loading screen, that's good. That's good. Audio's good. Featuring Moo emulation. There's that music, man. So good to hear that in my arcade again. It really is. So let's get it set up for wireless. I don't know. Trackball seems a little flaky to me. All right, refreshing your connection. Will connect automatically. I'll do the manual setup. Oh. So good to hear that music again. Okay, my name is QD Arcade. I know it's not going to let me use that because it's already in use. Oh, and let me use it. A lot of these machines, it won't let you use it, saying it's already in use. I wonder if there's any updates to this. All right, so we have our leaderboards now for the various games. We got Shuffle Shot and World Class Bowling. Oh, PD7's up here for Flash Bowling, 1278. Wow. I missed this World Class Bowling game. I really did. So no update, eh? I guess not. All right, so before I get into a little bit of gameplay, I'm going to shut her down and I'm going to do some remaining things on the back. Okay. So we're going to whip it around, finish the things up a little bit. We're going to put the back panel on. Bring the camera back a little bit. Okay, so I don't have anything left to do on the inside. I just need to put the last back panel piece on. Panel F1. Okay. All right. So a couple of things left to do. I still have to put the screw caps on. And I want to put LED backlighting on. And that's a thing I always do. I'm going to show you guys that. Some of you may have seen me do it. And then I'm going to grab a couple of things here. Ooh, I'm out of LED strips. I'm gonna have to go to the store. All right, I got just enough to finish this cabinet. Okay, so what I use for LED strips is from Walmart, $5, 10 feet, and it's better than the Monsters. It's better made than the Monster 10-foot LED strips. So, and it adheres better to the back of the cabinet. So, ONN multicolor LED light strip, $5 at Walmart. Just makes a nice little accent enhancement to the cabinet against your wall. I mean, if you have your cabinets like in a row in the middle of the room, maybe not so much unless you put a partition between the two rows. So what I do, normally if it's just a one-piece back panel, I'll just stretch the LED across. But in order, if I ever have to take the back panels off for anything, I can't run the LED strip across both panels because obviously that's going to prevent me from taking it off unless I take both panels off together, which would be awkward and probably break the LED strip. So we don't do that. We'll just peel the backing off here, and we'll start in the lower left corner of the upper panel. And that'll be our first LED strip. We're going to do two. We're going to do one on top and one on bottom. All right, so I just start in the bottom. I do like a 1/4 inch away from the side panel. And you get it as straight, just get it as straight as possible. Doesn't have to be perfect. In fact, this one isn't. Oh well. That might drive my OCD off the chart, but hey, you just work your way around. I always go above the screws. You kind of kink it in the corner here just so you can make that turn. Just a nice little aesthetic thing you can add. And then if I eventually sell these, you know, I leave them on, and the new owner can decide whether they want to take them off. But it's best to use a heat gun or a hair dryer to help take these off so you're not peeling away part of the board. This goes very quickly, depending on how skilled you are. Kind of smooth it over. And I'm going to have extra, so I'll show you what I do with the extra. Oh, don't pull it away. Did it again. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Gotta make that kink. So I'll make a little kink here. Being careful not to cover the screws so you can access the screws later if need be to take the panel off. Okay. So I'm going to have extra. So what I do with the extra is I basically go in a diagonal line, however far it'll go. So I'll put my kink in, set it up for a diagonal run. And it goes almost all the way. There. One done. Okay. And, you know, I've still got the break here between, so if I have to take the top panel off, I can, and I haven't covered any screws. So I can still access the screws. Now we'll do the second part. I'm a little crooked here, but nobody's going to see the backside unless they buy this thing. So now we're going to do the second one. I didn't previously unbox this, so I got to. I'll show you what you get with these things. These $5 LED strips. Okay, so you have a foiled package, which is your spool. It's actually everything. So in the foil package, you have your remote, which is a thick remote, your ONN RGB thick remote. You have your instructions, which I don't need. You have your spool. And then you have a wire guide. If you want to loosen the stress on this wire, you can do it. You can just attach a wire guide so that there's no stress on this cable, so that's pulling it away from the board. Sometimes I use them, sometimes I don't. And then you get a set of AAA batteries for the remote. These come with a batteried remote. That's why they're thicker. The Monster remotes are not. They're just internal batteries, and if they die, they die. So that's why I like these better. I can replace the batteries if I need to. All right, so let's go ahead and put the bottom on. I'm just going to leave this wrapped. All right. This cable's going to be in the way. I probably should have did the bottom first. Oh well. There. Problem solved. Temporarily. So again, starting in the lower left corner. Would I consider this a mod? Well, you are modifying the cabinet. You're adding lights to it, so technically it's a mod. And I'm turning it just before the break between the two panels and above the screw. Try to get out of the way of the camera here. Again, a 1/4 inch is fine. Roughly. It doesn't have to be precise. And we're going to make a kink and make that turn. Okay. Now, I'm going to have a problem here because the extra is going to go over the Arcade 1-Up data. So this is my first cabinet of having the Arcade 1-Up sheets printed on the panel. So that might be a bummer. Unless I figure out to route this a little differently. I need to situate myself a little better. Come on. 1/4 inch. Okay, now I have extra. What am I going to do with this extra? Let's see how much extra I have. I got quite a bit of extra. So I think in order to avoid damaging the Arcade 1-Up stickers, I might do the bottom a little differently. Might just make another lap around the bottom if I have enough. Oh, I'm having trouble making the kink. Come on, baby. Be nice to Daddy. All right. And then I'm going to turn just below the Arcade 1-Up serial number box. You see what I'm doing here? Maybe you don't, but what I'm going for here with this loose cable is just making a box here. You can run it however you want. I mean, you don't have to do what I do, which is run on along the outside. Almost perfect. Oh my goodness. Almost. We're going to run a little bit of a kink here and route that cable better. Okay. Well, it is what it is. So I took the extra and just made it an extra block there. I think I am going to use my wire management pin here just to take some strain off of the cable here so it's not tempted to. And I did it wrong. Are you kidding me? I seriously oriented it. That was dumb. Now, see, now I ruined that one. Figures. So that's garbage. But I have spares. And from previous builds that I didn't use it. All right. Okay. Am I going to do the same here? Maybe. Again, you get one of these in every of the one of the LED strips. I'm just doing it so I don't have any tension pulling at the wire. And I'll show you the LED strip here in a second because I'm going to hook it up for you. Folks, I'm bushed. I've been up since 1:15. Yeah, that's the truth. I work out in the wee hours of the morning. All right, so let's get the USB. So to connect my LED lighting, obviously they're USB-A connectors. I buy in bulk USB 2.0 extension cords from Amazon, and they're Amazon basic extension cords, USB 2.0. You buy them in packs of 10. I keep them. I'm running low, actually. I got to make another order. But they're perfect for running to LED driven or USB driven devices like wall artwork, lit artwork, or your LED lighting on your cabinets. So I highly recommend. Maybe I'll throw a link to those in the description later. Okay. Folks, I'm hungry. Oh my goodness, it's lunchtime. It's way past lunchtime, actually. Yeah, these live streams on my builds go like up to 3 hours or over 3 hours, but you know, I'm not doing anything, right? So I like to just go the flow, build it at my speed, and talk about things that I do to make the cabinets build go better. And I think I proved that today. Today was actually more than most. I kind of deviated from Arcade 1-Up steps just to make it easier on me. Okay. Now you see why this comes in handy, because the heavier 2.0 extension cable is going to put stress on that. And then we plug it into our handy dandy USB power. Where's my other extension? And I, at each of my power stations on the outside wall, I have a 16 port power strip and a USB strip. So there's like, I don't know, 10 ports on the USB strip that I can plug any USB powered devices into. So that's how I planned out my power. All right, so we got both lights lit. So you see that? I'm going to use an existing ONN controller to manage this. So it's pretty standard controls, really. I'll bring it up here close so you can see it. Pretty standard. You get your off and on, your brightness, and your RGB colors, RGBW. And then you got some various color in between colors you can pick. And then flash, strobe, fade, or smooth. So here's off, here's on. You can adjust the brightness. So however best to accentuate your room. I usually keep it cranked. There's red, green, blue, and white. Got orange, light green, a lighter blue, another orange, a brighter orange, cyan, kind of a purple. And even this looks more like yellow, but it's actually on the button pad, it's orange. Lighter cyan, lighter purple. We got yellow, another lighter blue, and then we got pink. And some of the functions you can do flash. So it's just going to flash through the colors. You got strobe. Again, through all the colors. Then you got fade, where it'll just calmly fade through each color. I mean, this would be my preference if I used a function like this rather than flash or strobe. It also has a smooth function too, where there's no dimming. It just smoothly transitions into the next color. So those two, fade and smooth, would probably be the ones I'd use the most. So Golden Tea, I'm going to use green for its color. Actually, I use green on the back of my, might use yellow on this one. Yeah. So that's that. That's my LED lighting solution. So that's ready to go. Last thing I got is we've got our baggie of screw hole covers. And sometimes I set these aside and just do them later, but I'm going to wheel this cabinet into place. So let's put all the whites where the whites are. Oh, did I just drop one? Yes. Man, I got to stop doing that. I'll lose these. So we've got brown where the brown ones are. You got one that's mostly in the white, but some on the yellow. I don't know what we're going to use there. Let's just fill the ones there. There's a bit of a color mismatch between the top and the bottom panels, it looks like. We've got a green one on this side. We got some gray. Need another brown one. I don't know what to use for these three yet, and I don't know what to use for that one. So I'll turn it this way so you guys can see what I'm doing. So this one's more white. See, this screw is offset from where this screw is. The artwork on this side is not matched to the artwork on this side because you don't have this hole cutting into this, the yellow and the artwork. On this side you do. There's a little bit of a cut in there. That's interesting. I wonder if anybody's noticed that other than me. Artwork mismatch. So I'm just going to put a white one there because that's all white. On the other side, it's probably going to be white too because it's probably supposed to be white. I like screw cap covers. I bought them for my Space Invaders and I still haven't put them in the Space Invaders yet. So go figure that one. A little wood grain finish defect there. I mean, it's not a defect, it's part of the art. And then there's going to be extras. Little dust bunny there. Okay, so I've got a couple of green extras, a brown extra, so the rest are all white. So I guess that's what these are. White. All my screw cap covers are on this side. So we'll make that white. Voila, the cabinet is complete. Purchase parts. Okay, so I'm going to disconnect the wiring and get ready for my move. Take off my USB cables. I'm going to need to temporarily turn off my Pong just so I don't run over that cable. All right, as I said, my Golden Tee is going to go next to the Legends Ultimate. Now, those of you that remember my arcade in past iterations know that I used to own the Golden Tee 3D XL. And that's exactly where the XL was, right there. So Golden Tee Deluxe is going to take its place. Oh, don't do that. Whacking the side of the Pong pug table. And I usually, when I line my cabinets up, since this is not a problem for me, I like to see the artwork. So I put at least 5 inches between each cabinet. So at least. And I'm blocking some artwork here, so I'm probably going to have to relocate some artwork, but that's okay. Lining up the bases with the Legends Ultimate. So that gives me, so I'm gonna try and put another cabinet here, but I might have an issue. I might have to set it like a 4-player would probably go great here, you know. So like a Simpsons or an X-Men or a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles would probably go great here because I have plenty of room. Lining up a cabinet straight here probably wouldn't be the best for gameplay because your ass would be up against this right here. So it's probably best just to do a 4-player right here. Yeah. Okay. How's that camera view looking with that Golden Tee in place? Yeah, you can see the top of the Golden Tee there, but that's okay. So let's get her hooked up. Then maybe we'll do a little bit of gameplay. I'm actually running out of USB ports. It's a good problem to have. Means the arcade's filling up. Let's see if that works. So I'm running my USB power now. Oh. Oh man, I hope I didn't bust this. I might have plugged it into the wrong port. Oh man, I think I fried this LED cable. This LED strip. Shit. Yep. I bet I did. Crap on a cracker. So I know that going forward, don't plug anything into there. These USB strips have two sections. One are blue, three are red. I think the red ones are for something totally different. I'm out of ports though, so that's a bummer. I could run it. Yeah, I got a port available on this side, but I'm going to have the same problem when I add another arcade. I think I fried that LED strip, so this really isn't going to work anyway, but what the hell's going on here? I got no juice whatsoever. There we go. The top one is working. I screwed up my at games LED. Yeah, I'm going to have to replace the bottom one. Well, we're not going to do that. I'm not going to make you guys sit through that because I don't have one anyway. I got to go to Walmart and get some more. That's a bummer. Open the space up a little bit. All right, well, crap. Means I got to pull the hairdryer down here and yank the old one off. Okay, I want to get a sense of this. Turn down the volume a little bit. All right, 300 yards. No. Ooh, slice. It's been a while since I played this game, so I sold my golden tee like, I don't know, 9 months ago. I'm pulling to the left a little.
Golfer 1, trying for par. Golfer 1, trying for bogey.
My initials are QDA. Well, that sucked.
Golfer 1, on tee.
Oh, slice again. In the drink.
That's wet.
Slice again. What the heck?
Oh boy.
Oh, there's a wind at 5 miles an hour.
Golfer 1, trying for double bogey.
It's so good to have this game back. I did miss it a little, not as much as I missed Galaga or Pac-Man. All right, let's see. Nope.
That's wet.
It's too far to the left. I tried to go with the wind. Still pulling to the left. I'm always pulling to the left.
Get the snorkel.
Oh. I got to get used to this game again.
Golfer 1, to putt. Golfer 1, to putt.
9 strokes. Ugh.
Call for one on tee.
Trackball. I don't know. Jury's still out. Still pulling to the left. Well,
Call for one, trying for par. Call for one, trying for bogey. Call for one, trying for double bogey. Call for one on tee.
okay, I got to figure this out. Wind 10 miles an hour. Now it's going to the right. You dweeb. At least it's not in the water.
Call for one, trying for bogey.
Yay.
Call for one on tee.
Oh, are you serious?
Call for one, trying for double bogey.
Still suck. Clearly, I have some practicing to do because it's been a while.
Call for one is up.
Oh, that's actually a fairly decent shot. Go figure. I have not hit the monitor yet with my hand.
Call for one, trying for par.
Wow, I actually got par this time.
Call for one on tee.
Still slicing to the right. Jesus, I keep hitting the tree. Seriously? Jury's still out on this ball. I don't know. Kind of feels like the XL ball felt to me. And that was a bigger ball, I think.
Call for one is up. Get the chainsaw.
Oof. Nope. Not what I wanted to do.
That's wet. Call for one to putt. Call for one to putt.
Jesus. All right, that's all the golf I'm going to demo. I got some more playing to do, but that ball,
Call for one is up.
I don't know. Let's go do some bowling.
Oh boy.
I used to have the timing down good on this. No. Just a little earlier. Oh. What was that? Oh! Jesus. Jesus. 142. I suck. I'll never catch PD7. That's better. Ugh. $7.12. That's better. Nice. Okay, gentlemen, I'm tired. Oh, Jesus, we're almost at 4 hours here. It's time for me to go, folks. I did some gameplay. Maybe I'll do a night where I actually do lots of gameplay. I wish this were online where I could play against one of you folks. Boofman. This is a little bit better than the XL. The ball still feels a little funny to me. It's better. Not by much. That's just my honest opinion. I need some more game time with it to get a better feel for the ball. The XL ball was rough, though. It was really rough. And would I have benefited by taking it apart and cleaning it? Maybe. I don't know. But out of the box, it was pretty rough. So this is an improvement, but I still feel some funniness to it. So I'll need more time with it. Maybe I'll give you an opinion in a couple weeks. So. So Boofman says that they're the same trackball. Well, if that's the case, then that's sad. Does seem a little better to me. Maybe it was the trackball I had in my XL. I don't know. Well, I'm just kind of parsing the chat. There's really nothing. I don't know. I'm kind of bushed. I need to do a couple of things. I need to take off the bad LED strip from the back of that Golden Tee, and I need to replace it. So I'm gonna waffle over to Walmart in a couple of minutes and get some more LED strips, and then I'll fix that up, get that fixed, because my OCD won't let me let bad things stay bad for a while. So I got to get it taken care of today. So I'll do that. I appreciate each and every one of you sticking around for 4 hours. I appreciate it. Those of you that jumped in and out, awesome. That helps me out too. I appreciate it. I don't have anything to build next. This week we'll decide a great deal. I'm kind of eyeing this $246 time crisis because I don't have a driving cab anymore. I sold my Ridge Racer. So if there's a link for the $246 time crisis, I would love to have it. I might just jump on that. Ad block plus, go away. Well, target's at 549. Amazon's at 649. I don't know where it is that it's that cheap, and I'd be kind of wondering if that's a sketchy link. So anywho, I'm going to skedaddle. Thank you, everybody. I hope you have a safe week. I will be traveling this week to honor my brother in Indianapolis. So I'll be there Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So I hope to be coming back up on Friday. It all depends on what's going on with the family. So, but there'll definitely be a show next week. I don't want to commit 100% to it, but so long week ahead. But yeah, so Golden Tee's back in the arcade. I love that. And I want you all to have a good week and a safe week, and you know, stay out of trouble. That's what my mom used to always tell me: stay out of trouble, keep your nose clean. So you can tell I'm tired, and I get tired, I get cranky. So apologize if that's coming through. I'm going to sign off here. You all, thank you again. I appreciate each and every one of you. And until next week, remember, I have next.